Our first case is Miss Mary Kane is asking for a one-day application for the Women's Club of Glendon to host a wine tasting dinner at the Fireside on Main in Hampstead.
Yes, sir.
Miss Mary, tell us what you want to do.
So the Women's Club is doing, basically it's a fundraiser. They're having a dinner. They're going to have it catered by J&P, and they wanted to have a wine tasting. So I've talked to Bordy Vineyards, and they're going to bring several different wines. Well, we'll get it through Main Street Liquors, and they'll have several different wines for the ladies to taste and talk about at the dinner.
How many courses? How many courses in the dinner?
I think it's 3. I think it's an appetizer, a meal, and then a dessert.
What is Fireside on Main?
It's the new Hampstead Fire Department's new building. If you haven't seen it, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Okay.
Really pretty. I haven't been in, but I've seen it on the website, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
I've heard that.
So I'm looking forward to being there.
Any questions, gentlemen?
No.
How many people do you expect?
They're hoping for 150, but they're selling tickets through the Women's Club. Well, they're assigning tickets through the Women's Club, so they're hoping for 100. It's hard with as you know, the ladies of the Women's Club are getting older, so things that are happening at night, the ladies don't want to come out as often. So they're hoping for 100.
It's just wine?
Yes, sir.
And will it be provided with each meal?
I think they're going, so I haven't had a chance to finalize what they're going to do, but I think it's going to be that they'll taste before, talk about the wines and taste, and then have it for choices for your meal.
Okay, so it's tasting and consumption.
Correct.
So it's not a pairing then,
It is not a pairing
Okay.
dinner, no.
Any other questions?
Mary is alcohol awareness trained also.
Yeah.
Say she is.
She is.
Yes, you should have a copy of my, what is it called? Certificate with the application.
If there are no other questions, are there any objections?
no objections.
No objections, good luck,
Okay,
best
thank you.
wishes.
Thank you very
Hope
much.
you have a very successful event.
Thank you. It's lovely to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it from Balmer County.
Yep.
See ya.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Tyler Eichenberg of Lyland Green has a request to add an additional bar area.
Oh, they got the drone? Yeah.
Dimensions.
Yeah, dimensions and everything.
Oh, what you want?
So we're looking to build a new bar right off the T-line at the Island Green.
For the record,
Go ahead.
state your name and address.
Oh, Tyler Eichenberg, 1175 Pleasant Valley Road South, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
Now tell us what you want.
Oh, sorry. So we're looking to build a new bar on our T-line at the Island Green. I believe you guys have a copy of our
Last page in your packet.
of our dimensions and everything. Just more of a take pressure off our main bar and our tiki bar that we currently have on the weekends when we have events and everything. I don't know if you guys have ever been there on the weekend, but the lines can get a little long. So we're just looking to take a little pressure off them when they're going on and doing events.
You got an awful lot of bar stools listed on both these bars.
Doug Weatherholt's 987 Hacienda Court, Westminster, Maryland. I'm the general manager. I think there's 12 bar stools at this actual bar, the new one.
And you got a tiki bar at the other end,
Correct.
and that's got a whole bunch of bar stools.
Yes.
How many driving stations do you have?
I think it's 42, I believe is the number.
There would be a question.
How do you, I understand you don't even rent clubs and so on and so forth, but
We do now, yes.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you
Yeah,
do
we-
now?
Yeah, we do now, yes.
Oh,
Yes, we've
great.
taken the criticism of
Thank you
of not
so
having
much.
clubs. Yes, absolutely, trust me. We've heard it and everything, so.
I appreciate that.
meanwhile, back at the ranch, you got kids out there driving bulls and so on and so forth.
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking about obvious kids, I'm talking about the 17, 18-year-olds that may think they're 21. How do you handle the sales of alcohol at those two bars?
You want to take this, Doug?
Well, our majority of our staff is currently alcohol safety certified. In this year, as we hire for the season, we'll get the majority of our new employees through that as well. We've actually added 12 new camera systems to the area, so we can always keep an eye on it. We're adding more staff this year as our business is growing, so we have plenty of staff walking the line. And then also, in our defense, knock on something, we haven't had a minor violation since we've had a liquor license. So we were very vigilant. We literally we're heavy carders there. I even, on many occasions on Saturdays, I walk through and recard people. If I see someone remotely suspicious under, the age of 30 that I think might look young, I will literally recard someone. And so is the rest of my management staff. So we're very proactive in trying to avoid serving minors.
So is your policy no vertical license at all?
No vertical licenses.
Even from PA?
Even from PA.
You serve draft beer,
No, just canned beer,
all canned beer?
all canned beer.
No pitchers or nothing like
No
that?
pitchers, no.
Gentlemen, questions?
Still have the best crab cakes in Maryland?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's officially on the record now, right?
You're not under oath, but
You swear. We might make a field trip out there for lunch.
Where you get your crab meat?
We really, right now is a company called Mr. Fish, which is a supplier out of Baltimore, but we kind of rotate it around. We price shop, see who's got the best quality for the best price.
So you don't always have Maryland crab meat?
It is not always Maryland crab meat. Maryland, it's usually Maryland or Gulf,
How much is a crab cake now?
$29.99.
That's wonderful. 2,999 instead of 3,0.
Cheaper.
Can't afford a penny. Gentlemen, speak now, forever hold your peace.
I have no objection.
I have no objections. They do a great job out there. I have no objections.
Hearing no objections, good luck, best wishes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have Maryland crab meat.
We will do our best.
Crab cake. Thanks. Good seeing you, Tim.
I got a new item just put on. It says Beth and Dixon requested a liquor license for the bar. What's that all about?
Where is it? I'm looking for it.
Yeah, we're gonna put one in the county attorney's office.
It's up on the third floor.
Employees
We
only.
have a cubicle back there that we don't know, no one knows about, but we have a cubicle.
Okay,
The speakeasy.
well, the next item on the business agenda is a one-day application for the Veterans Celebration of Carroll County at the Farm Museum.
This
That's
is a
an
yearly event.
ongoing event.
Yeah, we've had that.
We have a request.
Yeah, do you want to pass it down? Do you want to see it?
I particularly don't want to see it because it's an ongoing thing. It's
Yearly.
routine, and all we're going to see is the application and the check, so.
I don't have any.
Any objections?
No objections.
One-day application for the Wine and Art Music Festival at Tawnytown Memorial Park. That's an ongoing thing. Now, I do have a question on that.
Okay.
Is that where the tickets are limited?
No,
That's a different,
That's a different one. That's
That's a
not the,
different one,
that's not the bourbon and binoculars.
That's the bird thing?
Yeah, that's right.
Birds.
That's bourbon, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
that was
think it
birds,
wine.
birds,
Birds and bourbon.
binoculars and bourbon or something like that, wasn't it? I
Yeah.
can't remember. Something,
That's birds, yeah.
yeah.
Beth, you haven't been here when we've had that.
No, that's a new one.
This is on the football field at the park.
It's one they've always had.
Yes.
Okey-doke. No objections, right?
No objection.
No.
Discussion on food, visit alcohol sales renewal paperwork. As you all know, one of the requirements for renewal of alcohol license this year was receipts of sales for alcohol versus food.
When you
When I
say-
was going over this form, I had a question about cover charges and stuff like that, because our form says, the third line says what was for alcohol beverages, and the balance was for the sale of food and miscellaneous items. I want to get rid of the wording miscellaneous items. Our rule book, page 29, rule 20, does not say anything about miscellaneous items. So this form has said this for a while. I just want to get rid of the wording on the form itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't have anything to do with food or alcohol.
Correct. And this will be for next year. We're not going to resend out this form. And so far, everybody has been sending in, we had 2 places that did not send in their computer-generated forms, but once I said something, they sent it in. So I have not heard anything bad yet about sending that computer-generated end-of-the-year report in.
Of those that you got back, have you had to check on any of them to make sure they meet the percentages?
Yes, the one I thought was going to be over is not. They're at 57%. And the numbers match up for what they submitted.
And the renewals are coming in pretty good.
20-ish, I think we're about 20, 19.
Any objections to removing the wordage?
No.
I have a further comment. This required to be notarized?
No. Oh, yes, it does. This form does notarize, yes.
I would suggest that we can dispense with the notary at the bottom if we have the certification be under the penalties of perjury. So I certify that, under the foregoing is accurate, extract under the penalties of perjury, et cetera, and then they don't have to have pay to have a notary do it. That's just a suggestion.
I like that idea. I wish we could, you mind if we do that for every form except for the main application? Because we have.
What other
like,
forms?
The growler form has it, and the tasting license has it.
What does the growler form ask them to certify? Refresh my memory.
That they filled this form out, and they're requesting a growler license to be attached to their main license.
There's no numbers involved or anything like that? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, for me, I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
I-
Saves them some money
Yeah, and they still should notarize, we still should get a notary on the
on the
front,
original, right.
on the application itself.
Right,
But, okay, we can do that.
okay.
I like that, I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
that's a good idea.
And I'll have on the wording on all of them.
Yeah, so I certify under the penalties of perjury that, yeah.
We agree, we're okay then?
Yeah.
Change the wordage? Okay, we got a letter from Matt Herf Esquire regarding a change of ownership for Katina Sushi of Mount Airy. You have the letter?
Yeah, should be the third page
It's the third page.
in the packet.
So all our rules require is notification, is that right?
Yes.
So what was the reason for the change, did they say in there?
He does not need to keep, the one person,
Lynn Knight?
because we changed it to Maryland residency instead of Carroll County residency, yes,
Oh, okay, so that's why Lynn Knight was on there.
yes.
Any objection?
No.
No.
Letter from Tyler Whittig, owner of the Local Motive, requesting permission to participate Town of Sykesville's block party on April the 18th.
This is a new event that came up the last 2 weeks. They still have not gotten their state non-festival permit license. So my suggestion, if we approve this, is pending the town getting the license that's required.
So that's what towns are doing now, they're getting a state
Yes,
for this, and they're not coming to us.
correct. Because with the permit, then our licenses can go on the street. It's not two licenses in the same location.
Right, okay.
So we got what, 1, 2, 3, 4? The same situation.
Yes. The one for Pedapso Distilling Company, they want to do all the events. They were just late getting the paperwork in. We've approved them in the past, but they want to participate in all 4 events this year.
I thought we did him a month or so ago for something.
Tap's good.
Don't matter,
Yeah.
whatever it was, I could be confused, but I thought we
And-
approved him.
Okay, and Vine on the Main also to do all 4 events.
So the town of Sykesville is doing 4 events under a state license?
Yes. They've been approved for 3, they're working on the 4th one.
Right, right, okay. I have no objection.
I don't either.
No objections, all 4? Approved pending the state permit. Letter from Stanley Jakowicz, owner of the Stables Restaurant, requesting permission to hold outside deck parties from May 16 to September 26. Withdrawing.
And drawings the second to last page, same as in past.
Yeah, he's done that before, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
For years,
Yeah,
right?
for a long
Yeah.
time.
Only thing I think is a little bit different is the Saturday, because he used to do just Sundays, now he's doing Saturday and Sundays.
Sundays 4 to 8. There's been recently no complaints about noise, right? Okay. I have no objection.
I don't either.
I have no objection. There are no objections? You might tell Stanley to fasten his tent down a little better than what he did in the past.
I think that snow and ice took care of that tent.
Okay, is there anything to be added to the business schedule?
Do you want me to talk about Coon Club now, or do you want to talk about that later?
No,
We have time.
We got time to do it.
The Coon Club has come to me, and right now they have a club license, and they have beer and wine only. They want to add liquor to the license. Since it's the same C license, and the only thing difference is they're adding liquor, I did talk to Dave, and had decided to do it as a business meeting, not do it as a hearing. We don't need to advertise it, since it's already approved, nothing's changing, just adding liquor to the license. I just want to make sure you guys are all right having a business meeting on it, bringing them in and explaining why they want to have liquor to their,
Why do they want to have liquor?
they're losing people. The sale would improve the business. A lot of people ask for liquor at their events, they have it. And the only time they're going to do liquor is when they have a big event, the dances or the bands.
So, now, they have events there, they have private events, people can rent it out, is that correct?
I believe they can rent it out, yes. I think
Okay.
you can rent it. But they usually have a band once a month, feeds every other month, and then like outdoor events.
Okay, so let me back up. It's a private club,
Correct.
all right. And they have,
That's open to the public on the weekend.
that's what, I'm sorry, what?
It's open to the public on the weekend, if they have
On
events.
the weekend, okay. But it has a membership. And right now, the license is,
Beer, wine only,
it's a club license,
club license.
and it's a club that can rent out to outside parties for events. So if they add alcohol to their license, then when they rent out to an outside event, does that outside event use their license for the alcohol, for the liquor?
Do you know if they rent out for out?
I don't, I've never heard of them renting out
I
for
don't think they
outdoor
do. I
events.
don't think
I
they
don't
rent it
think
out.
they do.
I don't know that's,
They might let a member have a private party there,
Yeah,
okay.
but I don't think they rent it out.
yeah, I don't think they do either.
Coon Club has been there,
Long time.
That's the reason, I mean, I
Almost-
definitely want to have him come in front of you and answer those questions.
Well, I mean, it's the only question I would have, if, I'm just trying to understand how that would work in the event that they do that. I don't know.
I know we never had a request for a one-day license for the Coon Club.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And I've been there for different shooting events or archery events, and they're not selling beer or doing anything of that.
During the
nature
shooting?
during those times. It's usually the big concerts that they have, or the bands that they have. Country line dancing, Sunday nights, I think it is, I mean, they sell beer, but it's not that many people.
So we're gonna bring them in, right?
Yes, for a bit, my question is, can we,
yeah, the question we want here today,
Right.
is it necessary to have a full hearing? Or can we just bring them in since they've already been?
And we've done that in the past, we've done an upgrade as a business meeting, yes?
yes.
Okay. I have no objection to that.
I have no objections, as long as
So
we
we
can
just-
talk to them.
Bring them in,
Yeah, and on their side, it's not a completely done deal. They still have the membership still, they got still, membership has some questions and,
There probably
yeah,
might be some insurance questions that the membership has to work through.
yeah, and storage and all that stuff. There's a lot of questions, so it's just it's a step in the process. Thank you.
okay, anything else not on the agenda?
At this time.
If not, we will take a 6-minute break and resume at 10:30. We're back in session.
Come on up.
This time I would ask, there are no, Mr. Dixon, if he will call our case number 6602, please.
Case 6602, a violation hearing for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Ana Perla Flores for the use of FS Rest LLC, trading as New York Pizzeria, 1720 Liberty Road, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784, for sale to a person under 21 years of age. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing for this case. Delivery of notice of hearing for the case. Acknowledged receipt of letter dated January 30th, 2026, delivered by hand on February 2nd, 2026. And then there's an alcohol compliance violation sheet completed and signed by Inspector William Ledley. There's a notice of violation for selling alcohol to persons under 21 under the letterhead Haven and Shoemaker, and the person that signed it is Reese Edwards. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that in evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Beth.
You swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. You may be seated. Inspector Ledley, I believe you're going to present this.
Yes, sir, I am. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Bill Ledley with the Carroll County Liquor Board. On January 21st, 2026, I sent an underage volunteer into the New York Pizzeria for the sole purpose of purchasing an alcoholic beverage. The server asked the volunteer what he wanted to drink. His reply was a Corona. The server never asked for any of the volunteer for any identification. The server then brought the volunteer a Corona. He texted me that he had been served. I entered the location and found the volunteer seated with a bottle of Corona. He pointed out the server to me. She identified herself as Reese Edwards. Miss Edwards advised that she is a college student and has only been a server twice. She is to return back to college in New York in 3 days. She advised that she knows it is a crime to serve minors and she is not TIPS or TAMS trained. She also advised that she would attend a diversion program. Jose Sanchez is the owner and manager at the location. He was advised of the incident. The volunteer was 19 years of age at the time of the incident, and a follow-up compliance check was conducted on March 7th, at which time the location passed. And if I may, bring these photos up for evidence, and they have seen them.
We'll accept them in evidence. At this time, who is going to tell us what happened and why? State your name and address and spell your last name for the record, please.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Ana Perla Flores, P-E-R-L-A Flores, F-L-O-R-E-S. Address 1720 Liberty Road, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784.
You want to tell us what happened?
Yes. So on that day, Reese, she was serving for the second time since she's back from college, and she served to a minor the alcohol Corona, as you see in the picture. And I was on the back when that happened until she, you know, she was over there crying, and it's an unfortunate.
How long has she been working for you?
I think it's been like 2 years, but she was doing only like carry out mostly, and she just turned 18, and I was like, she's finally able to serve alcohol, because usually I will serve it for her.
Are you TIPS or TAM certified?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
She's not.
She's not.
What kind of training did you give her when you hired her?
Well, in the beginning, since it was carry out, I only told her that if somebody comes to do carry out, to do the licensing, but it was in the beginning. That was like 2 years ago. Then when I trained her in the serving, I did tell her about it too, but she went back to college. I mean, she went to college, and then she was back. I think she forgot.
So tell me what you told her when you said you trained her when she turned 18.
Okay. Oh, when she turned 18,
Yeah, what did you tell her when she was able to serve?
I just told her, just remember the ID. Just, you know, when it's alcohol, remember the ID. That's all I told her on that day, because it was that day the second time.
So did you tell her anything about vertical license, horizontal license, or?
I don't remember. I just told her about the ID, like just remember about the ID. I don't remember if I told her to do the vertical or the horizontal.
Do you have a policy regarding vertical or horizontal licenses?
We only have like a picture on the bar section. That's all I can.
Picture of what?
Picture of the not to serve.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not to serve, like if it's like that, like the vertical.
Vertical, okay. So you have a sign at the bar section, do not serve if the license is looking like this?
Yes, correct.
So that would be your policy then? Not to
Yes,
serve anybody with a vertical license?
Yes, and then the expires, you know, if it's expiration date, and to look on the back.
Okay, so it's your
Make sure.
policy not to serve a vertical license. Did you tell her that this is our policy, we do not serve vertical licenses, or did you rely on the sign?
I told her in the first time, so I thought I didn't need to tell her on the second time.
Okay,
I just told her about the ID.
okay.
Yeah.
How long have you had a liquor license?
I think like since January. I think a few months. When was it? I can't remember.
It should be in the folder that tells when the transfer took place.
So it's been less than a year?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Change of licensee 5/14/25.
5/14?
May 14th?
Oh, I thought it was this year. I'm so sorry.
So when was it, Mr.?
It's been
Mr.
almost a year. I'm so sorry.
5/14/25.
So was this your first compliance check?
Yes, yep.
As a new licensee.
As a new licensee, yes.
Licensee.
How long have you been running the business?
Since 2012.
Was anybody there, Mr. Ledley, who was TIPS or TAM certified at the time of the sale?
Yes, sir, both Jose and were there.
Oh, Jose was, is TIP, okay.
To me, though, there is a lack of education among the employees. I believe the only two people that are TIPS or TAMs trained are you two, right? None of your staff?
Not anymore, before, now, yeah. But by that time, yes.
None of the
It's only
staff
two.
has TIPS or TAMs.
None of the staff is TIPS or TAMs?
No. At the time of the incident, none of the staff was.
Okay.
Now, since then, yeah, they've been through training. They've been
Yes,
6 people?
8
Okay. Good.
8 more, so that's 10.
So that's a step that you've taken since this violation?
Yes.
Any other steps besides making sure your staff is trained? Any steps like perhaps an employee manual or maybe a program where if someone who's employed at your pizzeria successfully evades compliance check, that they get maybe a free pizza or a bonus or something?
Not at the moment, but that's a good idea. I
good
think I
idea.
will do that.
A lot of
Yeah.
people, yeah.
Okay, like a bonus, yeah. I
Could
will
help.
talk to him.
Could help.
Yeah, thank you.
Did I understand you to say that you've been at this location since 2012?
At the New York Pizzeria, yes. We changed twice to a different address, but yes.
It's business, I guess.
The business, yeah, the business, yes,
And you've been serving alcohol, how long? Since then?
since then.
And how many employees do you have?
About like 25. Includes deliveries, carryout, bartenders, and servers.
And you technically do not have a formal training plan for employees involving IDs, fake IDs, intoxicated people, and so on and so forth. You just tell them, don't serve this license.
Yes, and when they're over 18, I do tell them about, the license, how it should be and everything, because I'm tip certified. But now, I send them to do the classes as well.
That's now after you got,
Now, after that, it was on the 18.
so you have no written policy for them to read or?
Not at the moment, but I'm considering it.
How many employees do you have?
How many what?
How many people work for you at the pizzeria?
About 25?
I take it those are mostly part-time?
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
mostly part-time.
How many full-time employees do you have?
I would say like 5 or 6. Or 8 maybe, or 8.
How many people handle alcohol sales at the pizzeria right now?
About 4.
And I think it's your testimony that you're, either they have taken alcohol management training or they're going to, everybody, all the 4?
Yes,
That's your testimony? Okay.
yes.
And have you been running this business since 2012, basically?
Basically, yes.
So if we look at our wave chart and we see no problem since 2012, is that because of the way you ran the business?
Well, there was a couple of problems before I got the liquor license. Yeah, there was like, I think 2, right? One and Nikki? Oh, Nikki too. 2.
It's on
That
the
was-
folder, it's in the folder.
Yeah, yeah, but that was before I was not like, I was more like a serving. I was serving, yeah, I was not like manager or something. I was
Okay.
serving.
Since you've been the manager, and you're now the licensee, but since you've been the manager, how many violations have there been at this business?
None,
Okay.
except Breeze, so 1.
Violation June 10th, 2015, $300 fine. Violation sale to a minor, March 13th, 2019, $300 fine.
Correct.
And you've been a manager since when?
I think since we moved to the new location,
Okay.
that was like probably 6 or 7 years.
5 or 6 years?
Well, 6 years.
Yeah. So again, it looks like you have not had any violations for underage sales since you've been a manager. Would you agree with that? Okay.
Correct.
You said those violations were in 2015 and 2019, right? She's been there since 2012.
2015, 2013.
2015 and 2019.
2013.
Were any of those violations you selling to an underage person?
No,
And you just obtained a license in May. So you have had the license for less than a year.
Yes,
And this was the first check and you
Yes.
failed.
yep, yes.
Any questions, gentlemen?
No, I have no further questions.
So what are you going to do, what changes are you going to make now since your compliance failed? What changes are you going to make?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna make sure to train them really well, and explain them exactly what they should do, and remind them every day, because I'm mostly like every day there, and they like I said, they're certified now, like it's more like pretty much all the servers that I have there now they're certified, and like he suggested, I will probably do like a bonus and things like that for the ones that they pass.
And you have a policy now, no.
And I will have a policy, yes, yeah, oh, definitely, I have a policy, yeah. And then we will like make sure to have like a book and give it to them, so that way they have that book with them.
So your policy now will be your policy has been no vertical licenses, correct?
Correct,
And you're going to take extra steps to make sure that all your servers understand that.
correct,
And when I mean extra steps, I mean in addition to the
yes,
signage that you have.
yes.
And you did pass the recheck.
Yes, sir.
Who was the server on the recheck? Do you recall? Wasn't the same lady, was it?
She's back at
She's back in
college.
school.
Yes, sir.
Is she a Carroll County resident? So,
She's Carroll County resident, but she goes to school in New York
okay, so she'll take the diversion program somewhere along the line.
when she comes back.
Was it a couple? Sorry. Was it a couple that came on that day?
Yeah.
No, it was my daughter Emily then.
Okay.
Emily Vasquez, yeah.
Any other questions of this lady?
No.
No,
Sir, do you have anything to add?
No, thank you, and thank you for your time. That's it.
With that, testimony is closed.
Yes.
Would you like to make any closing comments or final comments before we decide on the violation?
No, I just am sorry, and we make a violation, and we are our responsibility, and we over here, and thank you.
Ms. Flores?
yeah, once again, I'm so sorry for what happened, and it will not happen again. I will make sure that it won't happen again.
Inspector, do you have any final comments?
No, sir, as long as they follow, and I'll ensure to go back and check and make sure that their system is adequate.
With that, testimony and evidence is now closed, and we, as the Board of License Commissioners, will debate the violation and information provided, and hopefully come to a decision. Gentlemen, comments, questions?
Well, Mr. Barnhart, I'm a little disappointed that their first, Ms. Perla Flores' first check was failed, that she failed her first check. I feel that the awareness, alcohol awareness was not at that point in time taken very serious. The staff was not TIPS or TAM certified, although she was, so that's helpful. But I think it's a major lack of education, lack of training of the staff.
I agree with everything that Commissioner Harmoning has said. I think it's clear that you're a new licensee, fairly new, within a year, but you've been in the business, you've been in that business for a while. And you were working there when there were prior violations, and I'm not putting that on you, but you're aware of the consequence of serving someone underage. Apparently that it happened a couple of times while you were working there, although, again, not your fault, and we're not attributing that to you. And our inspector also recognized that there's a lack of training of your staff, and that lack of training is clearly the reason why you're here today. And we would have rather had you properly train your people. This is not a new enterprise for you. Now, it's good that you have taken these steps since this violation that perhaps should have been taken before the violation, but you are taking steps to mitigate the problem. One thing that I personally always look for from a licensee who's before us in circumstances like this is how sincere they are when they tell us, if they tell us, this won't happen again. Sometimes it strikes me as being heartfelt and sometimes not. I believe that yours is heartfelt. I don't think you want to be here again. If you are here again, whatever we do today will be minor compared to what happens the next time. There's been suggestions about further training. I think you're going to take that to heart. I hope you are. Maybe a bonus program, an incentive program, is some licensees use that to help prevent these problems. However, the point still is that this was your first compliance check as a licensee, and that there was a fairly large failure for you as a licensee in training your staff. So I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, unless there's anything else to be said.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move in the case number 6602 that the licensee is culpable of an underage sale, and that for the reasons that I have expressed, I feel that there are some aggravating circumstances in this case, as well as some mitigating circumstances, and on balance, I would make a motion that fine be assessed in the amount of $400 for this offense.
Motion's been made that
I will second that.
we find the licensee culpable and a fine of $400 be assessed. The motion has been seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Ms. Flores? In the case of 6602, a violation for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Ana Perla Flores for the use of FS Restaurant LLC, trading as New York Pizzeria, 1720 Liberty Road, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784. We find you culpable and assess a fine of $400, which you must pay within 30 days of official notice by written notice. You have any questions?
No, thank you.
You have 30 days in which to pay the fine after you receive written notice from our office.
Okay.
Best wishes for continued success. We hope we don't see you here in this type of situation again. And I certainly would encourage you to come up as soon as possible with a formal training plan, because it's much more than just looking at a license
Correct.
involving alcohol service. So with that, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's see, we got about 5 minutes. Does anybody want to take a break?
the renewal packet, how's that coming along?
Not unless that bar is installed back there.
Like this what? We'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, it's 11 o'clock, we're back in session. Case 6601, I understand this.
There's no one out there. Give me a minute to, I'm gonna call them, see if I can find out where they're at.
They're not taking it very seriously, are they? They're not even here.
Yeah, we got them for Dover, personal duty at the time.
It could always be a communication issue too, a language.
I don't know who they
People,
are.
Are you guys in the building? It's 11, the hearing's at 11 o'clock.
Saturday's racing car.
Okay. They have the paperwork saying it's 1:30. Okay.
1:30, we didn't have a 1:30 case on here.
There's no 130 case on there.
Yeah. Hold on.
Advertised at 11.
They can be here, they said the paperwork says 1:30.
do they have it with them?
Tell them to bring
Do
the
you have,
paper.
can you just double check that thing, can you bring it with you at 1:30?
It's
Okay.
possible that
All right, we'll see you at 1:30.
Oh, they're not in the building here now?
No, no. He said, the paperwork says 1:30,
Do we have anything in our file that says
It's
that?
possible. I advertised it as 11, that's what's there.
But the letter don't we send them a letter or something?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying, my notice of public hearing, it's possible that I put 1:30, I can go up and look if you want me to do that.
Yeah, that would probably be good
Well,
to make.
you don't have to go right now.
well, we're getting up, I mean,
Well, we had no hearing.
We should make sure that they're correct.
Right, you. Well, we got 11:30.
We have, yeah, but, and
11:30 is here, but again, I don't know if we can start.
no, we can't start until
Not till,
the advertised time.
Mr. Dixon, you
Yes,
know,
sir.
the legislature sets the clock back. Can we set the clock before it?
No, we shouldn't do that. Shouldn't
Well,
do
they
it.
shouldn't either. but
Somebody
they
from
do.
the public could come in and want to say something, so.
And there's
We
also,
shouldn't do
there's
it.
also a problem with hearing them at 1:30 if it's advertised at 11:30.
yes.
Yeah, that's a problem too, but
This is the
if
notice
that's
of
what they
public hearing.
actually have,
This is the
I
notice of public
guess we
hearing
can
that
let
you
that
sent.
slide.
So,
It's one that's what?
this is the notice of public hearing, the agenda is the notice of public hearing. So they're sent a copy of this and it's advertised in the newspaper. There is a cover letter that goes with it, so it's entirely possible as a form letter that I missed that
That's,
time.
that's what we need to see, whether that actually does say.
But it
11:30.
still would have said in two other places.
Yeah, well. These things happen.
I mean, it'll be upstairs, it will be in the computer
I'm
folder.
happy to go, if we have a half an hour
Yeah,
we have
we-
to kill,
we-
I'll go look
Yeah,
now.
we have a half hour.
Well,
Anybody back there want to do a song and dance while you're all here?
We got 4 golfers back there, so.
Well, hell, well, one of them's got his arm in a sling.
There's only 3.5 golfers back here.
Why don't you run up to Holland Green right quick and,
You didn't adjourn.
you have to adjourn.
what?
You're on the record, you didn't adjourn.
We're adjourned for a half hour. 30. Gentlemen, we are back in order now, and we would like to continue our 11 o'clock case to 1:30 this afternoon. Some additional information to be supplied. With that, Mr. Dixon, will you call case number 6593, please?
All right, case 6593, an application to change the licensee from Gennaro Iliano to John Christopher Beck for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to John Christopher Beck for the use of Two Eagle LLC, trading as Twin Ark Tavern, 1001 Twin Ark Road, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771 in Election District 13. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. March 6, 2026 letter from Bethany Henderson to John Christopher Beck. Notice of hearing, February 25th, 2026, and March 4th, 2026. Then there's an application, and the application includes a menu, criminal background information, character references, workman's comp information, sales agreement, financial ownership information, corporate information, SDAT information, driving record, and training certificate. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that in evidence.
Mr. Dixon?
This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hands, be sworn in by Miss Jennifer. Yeah, Miss Brenda.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, gentlemen. You may be seated. Before each of you testify the first time, I would ask that you state your full name and your address and spell your last name for the record. Who is going to present this?
That would be me.
And you are?
John Christopher Beck, 4704 Cowman's, 4704 Cowman's Court South, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771, and my last name is spelled B-E-C-K.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, we're here requesting a transfer of the liquor license from Gennaro Iliano to myself, and provided all the necessary documentation, and look forward to answering any questions that the board may have.
Well, let me just start off with, so this is application to transfer a liquor license. This is not a application to change a licensee.
It's to transfer the liquor license from Gennaro to myself, John
Okay.
Christopher Beck.
All right. So now we're going to look at Rule 6. In your packet, you have, for the LLC, do you have Articles of Organization, Operation Agreement?
Should have been provided in the original, and I guess it's not in this, but I can certainly provide. There are Articles of Organization that have been updated since the transfer of the business, Gennaro's portion of the business, to myself.
So this is, I think, this is the swap, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. We have talked about this in the past.
Yes.
And could you explain to the board the actual parameters of the swap?
Certainly, in its largest sense, at one point I was partnered with either Gennaro Iliano or Frank Iliano at a number of different restaurants in Mount Airy. We've gone our separate ways, and as a part of that, I've transferred my ownership back to Gennaro and/or Frank as it applies at the Mount Airy Inn and at the New York J&P Pizza in Spring Ridge, And conversely, Gennaro has transferred his ownership in Two Eagle LLC, the Twin Arch Tavern, to myself.
Okay. Yeah, that was, so that clears up for me a little bit. So there are three businesses that we're talking about here involved in this swap. You gave up an interest in Mount Airy Inn and in the J&P Pizza in Spring Ridge.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were a 50% owner of those? Was that your interest at the time?
That's correct, in each of them. Yeah.
Okay. And for Twin Arch Tavern, that's what you are getting.
That's correct.
And you, before the swap, what was your ownership interest, 50%?
50%, yes.
Okay, now you're going to be 100%.
That's correct.
Okay, and the LLC, this license is going to be for the use of an LLC, Two Eagle LLC, right?
That's correct.
Is that your LLC, or was that a prior LLC that there's been a swap involved with?
So that was the LLC that was in place when it was Gennaro and I 50/50. It will remain in place. He's transferred his membership interest
Okay.
in the LLC to me.
Okay. So the LLC stays the same, just the interest memberships are swapped out.
That's correct.
All right. So the articles of organization and the operating agreement that we would have on file would probably need to be updated
Correct.
to reflect the change in membership?
That's correct.
Okay. The file that we have hasn't been updated, does that sound right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and you agreed to provide those corporate
Absolutely.
updates for us? I've already looked at it, so.
You already looked at it?
Yeah. And I'm assuming in your operation agreement that you are specifically authorized to make this application.
That's correct. Yes, I am.
Okay, and if you weren't, just put that language in there and give it to us for our file, so we don't, yours is a single member LLC?
It is, yes.
Okay, well then, you don't have to worry about it. So. Do we have a notarized executed contract of sale?
It's probably not notarized. We have a contract of sale, which is included.
Is it executed?
It is executed, yes.
Okay. Is Gennaro Iliano here?
I don't believe so now.
Is Twin Arch, that's a leased property?
It is, yes.
Do we have a copy of the lease? Or would that be, is it the same lease that would be in the
It's the
previous?
same lease. The lease has not changed. And so there is a copy on file with the board.
Okay. I guess bulk transfer is something that also you have to deal with? Bulk transfer certificate at some point?
That's correct, yes.
And when you get that, you can just provide it to us?
Absolutely.
What was your day-to-day involvement with Twin Arch before the swap?
Before the swap, I was involved in the operations most days. I probably wasn't there every single day of the week.
Okay.
3 or 4 days a week of the 3 to 4 days of the week I would be in the restaurant.
Okay, you're regularly involved. You're there,
Yeah.
looking over
And
things.
I'm there 7 days a week now. So.
Any liquor law violations than last year?
No.
Let me ask this question of our attorney. Since this is a transfer, do we need to require quarterly reports like we do for a new license? Or can we just assume that we don't need them? I think,
I think you can ask for them.
yeah, but, okay.
But just so the record is clear, what are the three businesses involved in the swap?
The three businesses, the legal names, the one we're talking about today, Two Eagle LLC, which is the Twin Arch Tavern, the Mount Airy Inn LLC, which is the Mount Airy Inn in Mount Airy, Maryland, and Double Eagle LLC, which is the legal owner of the New York J&P Pizza in Spring Ridge. That's a Frederick County property, so the Frederick County Liquor Board has that.
So Double Eagle is different than Two Eagle?
That's correct, they're different
Okay.
entities, yeah.
And you get the Twin Arch Tavern, and what did Gennaro get?
The Mount Airy Inn and Double Eagle, the New York J&P Pizza.
Oh, he got those two.
That's correct.
Okay.
And you were on all three, right?
That's correct, yes.
So you will only be on the Two Eagle?
That's correct, sir.
For Twin Arch, so that's,
That's correct, yes.
for Twin Arch, you've kept track of the ratio between food and alcohol sales, obviously, since you've been involved there. Can you give us a rough idea of what they've been the last several years?
It's been in a fairly narrow band, between about 78 and 82% food, and then obviously the remainder, 18 to 22% alcohol.
Okay.
I'd assume you're Tips and Tam certified, right?
That's correct, yes.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
No, I don't know.
Not at this time.
I assume you have three.
I do, sir.
Did they sign, any of you three sign this page?
And he's talking about the reference page that we have in our file.
All three of them would be on the reference page, yes, sir.
Would you like to call them
I'm sorry, I was going to ask if should I introduce all three of them or individually, and they can
individually?
individually. So the first is Darren Stores.
Yeah, my name is Darren George Stores. I'm at 14670 Black Ankle Road, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771. Last name spelled S-T-O-R-E-S.
John Patrick Marley, 13903 Mitchell Court, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771. Last name spelled
And I believe you need Darren to go ahead and give some additional information as how long.
Yeah, but
he's
you
been-
might as well introduce all three of them.
Okay, I'm sorry, then, go ahead.
My name is Walter Van Rensselaer, Bishop. I live at 904 Lantern Hill Court in Mount Airy, Maryland, spelling the last name B-I-S-H-O-P.
So that's your last name, that's not a title?
Well, it is a title. No, it's my last name, yeah.
Now, your title is what I meant.
Yeah.
If you were a bishop, I wanted to refer to you as a bishop.
Yeah, bless you.
Okay, since you're the last one, how long have you known this gentleman?
I've known Mr. Beck for 25 years.
And how do you know him?
Golf around the corner. I worked for him for a little bit. And that's all, just, you know, we live in a small town.
What's his handicap?
His handicap is probably 172, because he's only got one arm. Let's say 18,
Does he play right-handed?
yes.
Okay.
Unless he's on the other side of the ball.
You feel that he is a fit and proper person? to
I've
hold
known him for
alcoholic
25
beverage?
years, and yes, in those years, he has been a fit and qualified person to own a bar.
Want to say anything bad about him? Now's the time to do it.
That includes his game.
How long do I have? No, I have nothing bad to say.
You, sir, you can, how long have you known him?
I've known Chris probably 15 years personally. I've known of him for longer than that, but probably 15 years.
Whoa, what do you mean? You've, long,
Just like Rance said,
you
just
got
small
bad
town.
reputation or something like that? Chase the girls or something?
No, none of that. It's just a small town type thing. But we've gotten friendlier over the years, playing golf together and things of that nature.
You feel he's a fit and proper person to hold an alcoholic beverage license?
I do, 100%.
Thank you. Next man.
Yes, I've known Chris for roughly 25 years, and I think he's a good candidate to hold a liquor license in Carroll County. I'm confident of that.
So you feel he's a fit and proper person?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, do you have any questions?
Is your article of assessment and taxation in here? I didn't see
Could
it.
be a certificate from SDAT.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's in here. It would certainly provide it to the board, though.
Yeah, because I didn't see it in your package.
Okay.
I thought that there was something in there, a certificate of good standing.
Yeah, I know,
Is that in there?
there's a, yeah, oh, this is just the license. I'm
That's
sorry,
not the
sir.
Department of
Yeah.
Assessment Taxation.
All right, State of Maryland Department of Assessments and Taxation.
Oh, good, it's in there.
Signed Bob Yeager, Director. It's under,
It was under what?
It's under SDOT info.
Okay,
SDAT, okay.
And would that be the certificate of good standing? Is that,
Let's see.
it might be in there.
Certify that the custodian of records.
Looked at it because it's in the back, but I don't remember what it said.
Yep. The limited liability company is at the time of this certificate in good standing to transact business.
Great.
With that, are there any other questions?
December 2nd, 2025.
Hearing none, Testimony is now closed. Would you like to make any closing remarks, comments?
I thank everyone for their time and look forward to a favorable outcome. Thank you.
With that, evidence and testimony is closed, and now the board will decide the validity of the application and hopefully come to a conclusion. Gentlemen, you've heard the presentation as well as the ability to look through the application. Your thoughts, comments?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the character references are very convincing. And I feel that for years he has demonstrated an ability to run a licensed business well. He's been involved with this licensed business, Twin Arch, for years, and other businesses. I think his track record, what I can tell, is excellent. And I think he meets all the qualifications for this transfer. And I would just ask that you kind of update our file with some of the corporate requirements that our file needs. And I approve the application.
I agree with everything that Mr. Barnhart said. I feel he's very qualified. He's been in this business quite a long time. So I'm planning to make a motion that we approve the application to change the licensee from Mr. Iliano to John Christopher Beck for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to John Christopher Beck for the use of 2 Eagle LLC, trading as Twin Arch Tavern, 1001 Twin Arch Road, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771 in Election District 13.
And I would just add that your articles of your operating agreement and your articles of organization be, it's conditioned on our receipt of those.
Discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. So ordered.
Aye.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck. Carry on, all that.
Very good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Sorry for the inconvenience, but it's probably raining outside and you can't play golf anyway, so.
Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will reconvene the Board of License Commissioners of Carroll County, and at this time, ask Mr. Dixon to call our 130 case, 6601.
All right, case 6601, a violation hearing for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Miguel Ochoa for the use of D Cantera LLC, trading as D Cantera, 6500 Marvin Avenue, Sykesville, Maryland, 21784, for sale to a person under 21 years of age, and an alcohol awareness training violation. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing. Delivery of notice of hearing for the case. This is to acknowledge receipt of the letter dated January 30th, 2026, delivered by hand on February 2nd, 2026. There is a alcohol compliance violation sheet completed and signed by Inspector William Ledley. There is a notice of violation for selling alcohol to persons under 21 under the letterhead Haven N. Shoemaker Jr., and the person that signed it is Wilson Joel Montefiore Pereira. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that in evidence.
They are here, they were just checking in, so I'm not sure what's taking so long to check in upstairs. But they are here. You just want him to testify, and I'll go find him.
Oh, I think maybe he ought not to testify if they're in the building, if they're gonna be here. If not, I'll give them 3 more minutes. What's that rule number?
4.
Yep.
This is the pictures of everything. They're gonna go like that. Just need to show it to you. Okay.
All those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hands, and be sworn in by Ms. Beth.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. You may be seated. Inspector Ledley, I guess you're going to present the case?
Yes, sir.
Restaurant.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bill Ledley, Carroll County Liquor Board Inspector. On January 21st, 2026, I sent an underage volunteer into the D Cantera restaurant for the sole purpose of purchasing an alcoholic beverage. The volunteer went to the counter and asked for a Corona beer. The person working the counter never asked the volunteer for any identification and served him the Corona. The volunteer then texted me and said he had been served. I entered the location and observed the volunteer seated at the table with the Corona in front of him. The volunteer pointed out the person who served him. The server was identified as Wilson Montefiore Pereira and produced a Guatemalan identification card. Jose Duran was the manager at the location during the incident. He acted as an interpreter due to the server not speaking English well. Server Pereira knows it is a crime to serve a minor and advised he would participate in a diversion program. Both the server and the manager are not tips and tams trained, and they were the only people in the location at the time. The underage volunteer was 19 years of age at the time of the incident, and a follow-up compliance check was conducted on March 7th, 2026, at which time the location passed. If I may approach and submit these as evidence, photographs of the incident.
We'll accept them as evidence.
6500 Marvin Avenue.
And if I may add that They have had tips and TAMs trained since then, and the diversion program, Mr. Para advised that he would participate in the diversion program.
Gentlemen, before you testify the first time, please state your full name, your address, and spell your last name for the record.
Hello, my name is Miguel Ochoa. The address is 6500 Marvin Avenue in Sykesville, Maryland.
You gonna tell us what happened and why it happened?
So, as far as I know, the guy that was hired, Joel, who used to work at another restaurant as a bartender and also server, we was thinking, like, the person who hired the guy was assuming that he was already licensed and he's been experienced working there for some time. And so I was kind of shocked and surprised of the incident that happened, that he served somebody underage alcohol. At the time in January, because I do visit the restaurant, at the time on January 16, I got a surgery for hernia surgery, so I was away for like 6 weeks trying to recover, and as far as I know, everybody in the restaurant ended up signing up for taking the class, so this incident won't happen again.
So what you're saying is there was no one on duty who was alcohol awareness trained at the time of this incident?
¿Alguien estaba ahí trabajando?
My sister, Marta, pero en ese momento no estaba, había salido.
Yeah, his sister Martha is, she's trained and everything, but at that moment she had stepped out. She was not at the restaurant at the time. Really?
Right.
Okay.
Commissioners, you have any questions?
So are you the owner of this establishment?
The owner is,
Bueno,
he's the owner. I'm just, I'm part owner,
For what percent?
10%.
You're 10% owner, and you're usually at the restaurant?
His sister is like the manager at the restaurants.
I'm sorry,
His
when you
sister-
say his.
His sister Marta, who,
Just
sorry about
identify
that.
who he is, his name?
Feliciano Bonilla is his name, and he's the 90% owner of the restaurant.
90%.
Can you spell that for us?
Feliciano is Feliano.
Uh-huh.
Bonilla is Bonilla.
Okay, but Bonilla.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it.
B-O-N-I, and what's the first name?
Feliciano,
Go a
F-E-L.
little slower. F-O, okay, F-E-L-I-C-I-A. Oh, okay.
So,
How many employees do you have?
It depends on the days, but normally it's about
3, 4.
3 or 4. 3 and 4 employees.
is the sister to Mr. Bonilla, is she an employee?
She's like the manager, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she has training and the license, and she took the courses too.
Get closer to this so they can hear you.
Yeah, she did all the trainings too with Mr. Kidd, or I don't know who, went to the trainers, and she has a license too for serving alcohol.
You mean she has a certification of alcohol management training?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you say she was working that day at the restaurant?
Yes, but sometimes they need to go to the store to buy things. And unfortunately, he was the only one, to attend people. So when these underage came, so he was already training too. I mean, he told us, because we know him for a long time before.
When you say him, what is his name?
Joel.
Spell, please?
Joel.
Oh, okay.
Joel.
Yeah.
He was the server, Mr. Hoel?
He was working in the other restaurant, another Mexican restaurant as well.
But he was the server that day that served the minor.
He served the
And
beer.
how long did he work for you?
2 months.
He's
He
worked for you 2
started-
months.
Yeah, he started like at the end of November last year.
And he had no alcohol certification.
No, but we sent it already to do that and
Right.
take the classes and everything, because we trust him. And, this happens because all the employees, the permanent employees, they know that they can't, do that.
So how long have you been open?
2 years.
2 years you've been
Yeah,
open?
almost 3.
Because Joel was working at a different restaurant. It's called Don Tigre. Is that what it's called? Don Tigre, and he was a server and a bartender there.
So when you hire your servers, do you have a training program that you put them through?
Well, we have some, like regulations that you guys and we know that they have to follow. But also, everybody, like Mr. Key said, they need to go to the training. So that's what we are doing now.
So what's your in-house training like? What do you do when you hire someone and they're gonna serve alcohol? What's your in-house training like? Tell me what you do with them as far as serving alcohol and what you teach them.
Oh, puedes explicarles eso más en inglés, ¿no? So my English is not that well, so I'm telling him, like, you can explain better too.
Quiere saber qué tú haces cuando empiezas a agarrar gente nueva, cuando le explicas eso de trata de licor, qué es lo que tú le explicas, qué son tus procedimientos.
Well, we always tell them to, of course, as for the IDs, we have the IDs that, Burco, they can't, serve alcohols. And Marta, my sister, she has, because I'm not there in the restaurant all the time too, but they are the ones, the managing the restaurant. And Marta and Jose Duran, they are the ones, hiring if we need someone else. So that's how they, go and tell them, like, you have to ask for this if you want going to serve. And they ask for if they have training license. And like I say, this guy before, we thought that he had it because we trust him. Because he was working on the other, restaurant.
Excuse me, are you saying that he told you he was certified?
No, not really.
Okay.
But,
You
it's
assumed
our
it.
responsibility.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we was assuming that.
So when you hire someone, you don't ask them if they're alcohol certified?
If they not doing alcohol, like, depends. If they going to work in the front, if they just going to do like dishes, we don't ask for alcohol service.
But you didn't ask this server if he was alcohol certified, and he was serving alcohol.
Well, I believe we asked him, and he was, saying that he has all the experience, because we saw him on the other restaurant as well.
So are you telling me that you asked him if he was alcohol certified and he told you he was?
That's what I can really say he did, because, if I don't have proof, and he I prefer to say like that was our responsibility, that we didn't have the proof that he was certified.
We just
You did not
assumed.
hire him.
Right.
Martha or Jose hired him.
Yeah, Marta and Jose did.
Yeah, So the question, I guess, should be directed to whoever hired him.
Right.
Yeah, that's a situation that I feel so bad about, because, we had to come to court and they sent somebody to test to see if they would serve alcohol. And, for him to have all these experience from a different restaurant, I don't know how he slipped and didn't ask for ID or, proper identification, because even I just looked at the guy. he kind of looked like, I would definitely ask for ID.
Well, yeah,
He's
I don't
done
think you
how
can tell by
young.
looking at someone whether they're gonna ask for an ID or not.
I mean,
No, I think he means that the volunteer was young, and he would have asked for an ID just from looking at the volunteer.
yeah,
Right.
so,
So how much time do you spend in that establishment?
myself?
Yes.
I spend about, in a month, I was, about a week, I would say like twice a week, but I'm not working there like every day. But I do come out.
So you're the owner, you're the owner.
Right.
So in my opinion, you're the one that needs to be accountable for who's working in your restaurant. So you can very well say that the person that hired this gentleman, the server, it was responsible, but the bottom line is you own the restaurant.
Correct.
So you should know who you're hiring or who's working in your restaurant if you own it.
I definitely agree about that. I'm very sorry.
And in addition, you're the licensee, yes?
No, yes. So,
That means that you're responsible as well.
yes, sir. So I do agree of that situation and how it happened.
So the server is still there or not?
Yes, he's working there, so we already sent him to do all the trainings
Training.
and everything. Yeah.
Do you have any signage in your restaurant that says that you don't serve under 21?
Yes, we have at the front and on the front of the main desk, we have two.
Do you have a policy regarding vertical licenses that you tell your servers? And you can translate it if you like.
Que si tienes un policy que cuando enseñas las IDs que son vertical.
Sí, sí, tiene.
I think those pictures are on there too, right?
Sí.
The pictures are also on the restaurant of how the license should look.
The signage, the
IDs,
signs you
yeah.
have at your restaurant
Yeah.
saying do not serve a vertical license, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the actual picture of how the license.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
No.
So in effect, correct me if I'm wrong, you do not have any formal training in-house for your employees.
Que si no tienes un formal entrenamiento para tus empleados.
They do have some, like, I don't know exactly how it is, but they always have like rules and forms to, like, when they going to serve, you know, example for the IDs, request for that, and they do have, you know, things like that.
You don't have a employee booklet or anything like that, though?
I'm not sure.
Que si tienes un libro.
No, creo, no.
No, he doesn't have a booklet.
And since you're the licensee, this question is also directed to you.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
legally, again, you're the one who's
Yeah.
responsible.
So
Yeah.
we don't have a booklet or any training, but we just have in-house like basic training of, you know, whatever needs to be done, like dishwashing or cooking and cleaning and stuff like that.
And I think your testimony is you're not there all the time?
No.
Miguel?
Yes, I'm not there all the time.
You're there a few days a week, maybe?
Yeah.
Where are you the other times?
I have a regular job also.
Okay. So Martha, the sister, is her last name Bonilla, too?
Yes, she's been there most of the time, but from the January 16 for 6 weeks, I was not there around.
Yeah. And I have my notes are, who was there a lot besides Martha?
Jose, right?
Jose, you.
Rivera,
Okay.
yeah. Which is the other manager.
Yeah. Do you have any plans to make any changes that you want to tell this board about?
Well, we gonna need to come up with some kind of booklet or, with, basic training for the new employees so they can go over. And something they
definitely-
can take home also.
And definitely make sure they are certified for the alcohol.
Oh, yeah,
Because
everybody.
we're not gonna take it.
No chances.
No, yes,
We, even the cook or if they have to wash, even the dishwasher person, everybody has to be, at least take the class with Mr. Keith and Mr. Keith's class.
So you've been checked 3 times, is that right? And they failed 1 out of the 3 times?
We'll call it 1 out of 4.
1 out of 4, because the 1 was a recheck.
Yes, sir. It was the same server as well in the
Was the
recheck.
same server. Did you use a different volunteer, or was it
Yes,
this?
sir. I had a couple come in.
Okay.
Mr. Ochella,
Yes.
How long have you had a liquor license?
The liquor license was about a little bit over a year now. It'll be a year in April, May. Yeah, it'll be about a year
March
actually.
13th, 2024.
Yeah, so about almost a year.
2 years.
26. Time fly. Oh my God.
You've had the license since it was open.
Yes, because
Okay.
I remember coming here. I thought it was like, yes, last year. It felt like it.
How many employees do you have in the restaurant?
4 established. Sometimes we need 5. I mean, one
The
extra.
total employees for total employees for that restaurant.
For that restaurant?
4.
4. There's 4 of them.
Do you interdisperse employees between that restaurant and another one?
Algunas veces mandas al otros.
Yes.
Yes,
Martha and
sometimes if needed, they'll transfer to the other restaurant. Martha or Jose, which are like the managers.
There's another restaurant involved with this group?
It's the other,
Takir El Guacamole.
The same license?
It's different license.
Different
but yeah.
Different license,
You
but
guys
it's 2
own it.
restaurants.
Oh,
Yeah, it's 2 restaurants.
You own 2 licenses.
Yeah.
What's the name of the other restaurant?
Taqueria Guacamole. Yeah.
Where
The
is
other
that one?
restaurant's Taqueria
That's
Guacamole.
the one on 140 in Finksburg?
Pittsburgh,
Okay.
yeah.
What is your other job?
I work in a warehouse for Giant Foods.
Okay.
And you do Mexican.
We distribute food for all the grocery stores.
So the steps you've taken are alcohol management training,
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to put together a employee booklet of some sort
Yeah.
that's going to explain fully, perhaps maybe in several languages that are as appropriate,
Yes, Spanish and English.
Yeah.
Yes.
about vertical licenses, which I believe is, your policy is not to accept.
Right.
Okay, and maybe also explain about the, if you serve somebody who's underage, that there could be a criminal liability associated to that person who served, in addition to any civil matters or penalties that may arise in connection with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna do that, and other stuff that needs to be done around the restaurant, so we're gonna include that in the booklet.
Yeah.
So just in case somebody forget, everything will be on there. In case the employees forget other, instructions of the restaurant.
You know, the policy against serving anyone with a vertical license is a pretty good tool for you to impress upon the people who work for you who serve alcohol. Doesn't always work, but it works a lot.
Okay.
When you came in for your license, were you given a rules and regulation book?
From Mr. Keith. I got the book.
Did you actually read the book?
Yes.
So you understand the charge about not having someone on premises who was trained in alcohol management technique? You understand that? Okay.
I understand what's going on.
Okay.
Yes.
Gentlemen, is there any other questions?
No.
Not at this time.
There are no other questions at this time. Testimony and evidence as presented is now closed. Would you like to make any final comments before we deliberate on the validity of the charges?
No.
Inspector Ledley, do you have any closing comments?
No, sir. No, they've always been cooperative with inspections and things of that nature in there. It's just another unfortunate thing that's happening out there.
With that, evidence and testimony is closed, and we will now deliberate the charges of sales to a person under 21 and lack of alcohol awareness training person on the premises while open.
Well,
Gentlemen, you've heard the presentation. Comments, questions?
First, I'd like to thank you for being cooperative with the inspectors. We always appreciate that. I also appreciate that you went and became alcohol certified, training certified, and appreciate the fact that you're going to put together a training program for all new employees. What I am always surprised at is the lack of alcohol seriousness that a lot of these establishments, and it's not just yours, we see this all the time, where they don't take it serious as far as making sure that they don't sell to a person under 21. And I feel that you had a lack of alcohol education, and also a lack of accountability of training your employees to be alcohol aware, and how to card people and to make sure that they don't accept vertical license. I am very disappointed about that. But it's great that you guys are going to make changes and work towards correcting your mistakes.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with everything that Commissioner Harmoning said. I especially agree with the part about, in this case, there is clearly a lack of accountability on your part, the licensee part, and the owner's part, about making sure that the people who are serving alcohol to the public, to the people in Carroll County, are properly trained so as to not sell to someone underage, because this board considers underage sales to be a threat to public health and safety. It's probably top of our mind when we hear cases like this. That's what we care about. And when we find a licensee who doesn't seem to, from past practice, have the same care as we do, it's bothersome to us as a board. Commissioner Harmoning mentioned that you're going to do some things in the future to try to prevent this from happening again, and that's good, and he's right about everything he said. But I'm also impressed by how slipshod this was for the training, and training is important when you're selling alcohol to people. Now, you did have two consecutive successful compliance checks since you've opened in 2024. You failed on your third one, which is not a great look, but you did pass your follow-up, which is good. Speaking for the board, I'm sure we're all hopeful that this is the last time you're here and that you will put in practice safeguards against this happening again.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion at this time.
Chair recognizes you for a motion.
In case number 6601, for the reasons I've expressed and for the reasons expressed by Commissioner Harmoning, I move that we find the licensee culpable in this matter and assess a fine of $400.
Motion's been made that we assess a $400 fine for the violations, sale to a person under 21 and alcohol awareness training. Is there a second to the motion?
I just want to make sure that was for both violations. Is that correct?
No, you're right, no.
There was one other violation.
Yeah, I'm going to amend that. That's for the culpability for sale to underage and the violation for failing to have someone on premise who is trained in alcohol management techniques. That is a separate fine of $100. My apologies.
So our total fine will be $500, $400 for the sale to under 21 and $100 fine for no one having alcohol certification. So that's a total of $500, and I would second that.
Okay.
So that is the amended motion of $400 for a violation of sale to a person under 21 years of age, and $100 for violation of alcohol awareness training.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, so ordered. Gentlemen, we find you culpable for sale to a person under 21 years of age and assess a fine of $400, and culpable of not having a person alcohol awareness trained during business hours, and issue a fine of $100 for a total fine of $500, which you will have 30 days in which to satisfy the fine upon written notification from our office. Do you have any questions?
No questions?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good luck and best wishes in future business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is one I forgot. It's at the very back of our book.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
First time. This is by statute.
Did you say the 3 names?
State statute, limit the fine for that. To 100.
Carol.
And the fine was
Sharon,
expressed.
James, and Carol.
We just made it part of ours.
Yes.
Another one?
Sometimes I keep confused with some after you. So always, I can't remember Aaron, then go Aaron and John. That's right.
At this time, I would ask Mr. Dixon if he will call our 2 o'clock case number 6599, please.
All right, case 6599, an application to change the licensee from Joyce B. Leach to William T. Leach for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to William T. Leach for the use of TJ's Corner Grill 2, LLC, trading as TJ's Corner Grill, 3600 Sykesville Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, in Election District 4. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. A February 26, 2025 letter from Bethany Henderson to William T. Leach. Notice of public hearing for this case, February 25th, 2026 and March 4th, 2026. A February 8th, 2026 letter from Matthew E. Herf to Board of License Commissioners. And then there's an application, and the application includes a menu, a lease, MVA records, workers' comp insurance, character references, criminal background information, articles of organization, floor plan, and bulk transfer affidavit. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We will accept that into evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case Please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Beth.
You two need to.
You need to
stand.
stand, sorry. He's sitting right next to me. Yes, you also need to stand.
Kelly, are you not testifying?
I'm not back there.
All right. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. All may be seated. Good afternoon, Ms. Kelly. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Mr. William Leach. He goes by Tim, so if you hear me call him Tim, please don't be confused. We are here today on a fairly standard transfer request. There is nothing, you'll hear testimony from Tim today that there's really nothing changing about the operation here. This is an existing restaurant with a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license. The transfer request is to put the license solely in Mr. Leach's name and in the name of an entity which he is the sole owner of. So the trade name intends on remaining the same, which is TJ's Corner Grill, but TJ's Corner Grill 2 LLC is a new entity, and so the transfer is for that purpose. So with that very brief explanation, I will begin by asking Tim to testify. So Tim, can you please state your full name and address for the record?
William Timothy Leach, 3600 Sykesville Road, Westminster, Maryland.
Now, you just heard my introduction to the board. Is that an accurate summary of the request here today?
Yeah.
So the license right now is currently issued to Joyce Leach, and we are requesting a transfer to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is everything that was submitted in your application package still true and accurate?
Yes.
Are you a resident of the state of Maryland?
Yes.
And you have applied for this license under the name of TJ's Corner Grill 2 LLC, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you the sole member of that entity?
Yes.
So you own 100% of the ownership interest in that LLC, is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you understand that although you've applied for this license on behalf of an LLC, that you are individually responsible for all matters when it comes to this liquor board?
Yes.
Is it accurate that TJ's Corner Grill 2 LLC has acquired the trade name of TJ's Corner Grill?
Yes.
Is there anything about the operation of the restaurant that is changing as a result of this corporate change?
No.
Had you previously and are you currently involved in the operation of the restaurant?
Yes, since day one.
What is your role in the restaurant?
Manager, owner, working manager. I don't know how you describe that. I never thought about it.
Okay, so you're owner and operator, right?
Yeah, there you go.
You are there on a daily basis. Your
Correct.
full-time job is to be at the restaurant and run the restaurant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that is staying the same with the request before this board here today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also have an existing manager who's employed at the restaurant. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she has served in that position since the establishment first opened. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And your manager, you intend, there's nothing about that role or that employee that will change as a result of this request, correct?
Nothing at all.
And in fact, your manager of the restaurant is responsible for training your employees. Is that correct?
Correct.
How many
Bar employees.
Okay, bar employees. How many employees do you have?
10 plus a cleaning lady on Sunday, but
Okay.
we don't count.
So 10 employees total, but that includes both front of house and back of house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so approximately how many employees do you have that are front of house in terms of servers, bartenders?
6 in the front. Most everybody's part-time.
Okay. Since you've been involved in this establishment, have you experienced a lot of turnover in employees, or do you tend to have consistent employees?
I haven't had turnover in 37 years.
Okay, so very consistent employees at this establishment, correct?
Correct.
And is it accurate that your manager and all of your bartenders are alcohol awareness certified?
To my knowledge, there is one that is not, but we're taking care of that. I talked to Keith, and I'm hiring a girl that's going to take the class before she's allowed to work.
Okay, so I'll rephrase that. Is it the policy that all managers and bartenders become alcohol awareness certified at the
Yes.
establishment? Okay. And at the establishment, do you accept vertical IDs?
No.
Is it accurate that your policy in terms of carding customers who come into the establishment is that anyone who appears to be under the age of 40 is to be carded?
Correct.
And you are aware of this board's rules and regulations booklet, correct?
Yes, I have it right here.
Okay. And do you ensure that all of your employees are trained in the policies of that booklet?
Yes, they have to read it.
Okay.
Every year we get a new one.
Well, maybe not every year, but every
I
so
think
often
so.
you get a new
It's a
one.
different color every year.
There you go. That's how you know it's different, the color
I think
of
it's
the
different
front.
if the color's different.
Yep. Are you aware of the state's attorney's diversion program where
Yes.
this board works with the state's attorney's office to report any violations?
Yes.
Okay. And do you make your employees aware of that program as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that any new employees, should you have any, since you have pretty consistent employees, shadow under the manager before they are individually responsible for any of their roles?
Correct, always.
Okay. And everything that you just sort of spoke to in terms of not accepting vertical IDs and training on the state's attorney's diversion program, is all of that part of an in-house training that is communicated to staff upon their hiring?
Yes.
Okay. And that, what you just described to us is how the establishment has been operating since you've been involved in it, correct? This is
Correct.
not a new sort of training policy. This is how you've been operating the establishment and how you intend on continuing to operate?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything about the floor plan that is changing as a result of this request?
No.
Anything about the menu that's changing as part of this request?
No.
As a refresher for this board, since it's been a few years since they've heard anything about the establishment probably, is it accurate that each table at the establishment is served by a server?
Yes.
And there is outdoor seating on a porch at the facility, correct?
Correct.
And that is also, those tables are also served by a server?
Yes.
And that porch is accessed, you actually have to go into the restaurant to go out onto the porch, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain to the board what your hours of operation are?
Well, they used to be 12 to 11 on Sunday and 11 to maybe 11 or midnight, but we've really been closing at 8:30. So if there's no business, we close, but we post that we'll be open till midnight. But if the weather's bad, we don't really want people in there.
So are you
It's
open,
kinda-
are you open 7 days a week?
Oh, yeah, 7 days a week.
Okay, so 7 days a week, you open at 11, and some nights you close at 11, but oftentimes, more recently being over the past
Wintertime.
few years, you'll close around 8:30 or 9 on weeknights, is that
Yeah,
accurate?
only in the winter.
Okay. And do you understand that 41% of your sales from the restaurant must be from the sale of food?
Yep.
And you're willing to comply with that rule,
Yep.
correct? Okay. Are you alcohol awareness certified?
Yep.
And are you familiar with the Carroll County Board's rules and regulations booklet?
Yes.
And are you willing to comply with all of those rules?
Yes.
Those are my only questions for Mr. Leach.
Commissioners, questions?
The current licensee is who?
Joyce.
Joyce Leach is present. I should have said that at the beginning. She's present here in the room as well, and she has signed off on the transfer application, but she's also here in case the board should have any questions of her.
So the current license is for the use of TJ's Corner Grill.
Correct.
And you want to transfer to TJ's Corner Grill 2 LLC?
Correct.
Okay. And is Joyce the 100% owner of, is she the 100% member of
Yes.
prior? So this is a sale of a business?
It's pretty much no,
Effectively, without there really being a sale of the business.
Yeah, I've been kind of grappling with that, how.
Yes.
So it's two different companies, two different LLCs. And you were not on the, you're not on the current license?
No,
A new license will be issued to you?
Because I had one before in PG County, and I didn't think I could put my name on it, and after I came to the board, they're like, oh, you could have put your name on it. I didn't know. That's why I have a lawyer this time. Need to be educated.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you.
So, do we have something in the file, just a formality on the SDAT certification?
Yes, there should be the corporate. Yes, I believe it's included as Exhibit G is the Articles of Organization and the operating agreement from the Articles of
okay,
Organization from SDAT, and then the operating agreement.
Okay, that's all under G?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're correct.
So just to keep this straight, is that Joyce Leach was the original owner.
Correct, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Joyce Leach was the original owner.
What do you say?
Correct.
And was the licensee also?
Yes, correct.
And now you're going to be the owner, solo owner,
Correct,
and the licensee.
correct.
So it's not a sale of business?
It is not a sale, it is a result of a domestic separation.
Okay,
But it's a transfer.
the transfer.
It's a transfer of license, correct, with the
which
new
in-
entity.
In many ways, it has the same effect as a sale. and,
Yes.
yeah,
Correct,
It's just not an exchange of money.
correct,
There's
this
a
was-
separate civil agreement in this regard, right?
correct,
So this was a husband-wife?
yes.
Okay.
Mr. Leach, you feel you do a pretty good job on preventing underage sales?
Yeah, just IDM.
I mean,
I mean, I've been doing this for 37 years, and I've never had
I'm
an
just giving
issue.
you a chance to extol on your record.
What was that?
He's giving you a chance to be proud of your record.
Oh, I'm proud of my record.
I mean,
I don't think about
I
it.
only see one violation in recent,
Yeah, we fixed that
for
real
a long
quick.
time, yeah.
I told him when that violation happened, I learned a lesson. Don't hire someone from the resorts that think they know everything. They don't understand that, you know, they could get away with things that we don't allow to happen here, so hopefully it'll never happen again.
So that violation didn't involve you at all, yourself, personally?
No, but I was here because I'm the operator.
And you were not the licensee back then?
No, but I've been running since it started, so I feel responsible.
Any other questions of this witness?
I do not.
No, I don't either.
There are no further questions. You have some character witnesses, I
I
believe?
do, yes, we have 3 character references here with us. I have Aaron, Dave, and Carol. If you all would just stand up and line up at the microphone. You can sit up here if it's more comfortable.
Feel better.
All right. I promise it won't be difficult. All right, so can you please start by stating your name, spelling your last name and address for the record?
Aaron Leonard, Leonard, 1302 High Ridge Drive, Westminster.
And Aaron, how long have you known Tim?
22 years.
Okay. And do you know Tim socially, professionally? How do you know him?
Socially.
Okay, so you're friends?
We're very good friends.
Okay.
Our family and his family were.
And in your experience with Tim, have you found him to be an honest and reliable person?
Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the restaurant location?
Yes.
Do you believe that it's a benefit to have that continue at that location?
Yes.
Those are my only questions of Aaron.
Do you believe Mr. Leach is a fit and proper person to hold an alcoholic beverage license in Carroll
You know
County,
what? I
Maryland?
skipped it.
Yes,
I said
sir.
honest and reliable.
Yes, sir, yes.
I'm just gonna lump them all together next time.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can
That's
sit
it?
down. Yep, that's it. I told you. Easy. Can you please state your name, spelling your last name and address for the record?
Carol Thompson, THOMPSON, 2506 Old Washington Road, Westminster.
And Carol, how long have you known Tim?
About 5 years,
And how do you know Tim?
socially and dear friends.
Okay. And do you believe that Tim is an honest and responsible person?
Oh, yes.
Do you find him to be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with the location of the establishment?
Yes.
Do you believe that it will be a benefit to the public to continue the establishment at its existing location?
Yes, I do.
Those are my only questions for Ms. Thompson.
I have none.
I have none.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you please state your name, spelling your last name and address for the record?
David Picker, P-I-C-K-E-R, 461 Blizzard Lane, Westminster 21157.
And Dave, how long have you known Tim?
I'd say around 20 years,
And how do you know Tim?
professionally,
Do you believe that Tim is an honest and reliable person?
100%.
In your experience with Tim, have you found him to be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
100%.
And are you familiar with the location of TJ's Corner Grill?
Yes.
Do you believe that it will be a benefit to the public to continue having the restaurant in that location?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my only questions.
No question.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may continue.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation of the testimony. Like I explained, the existing license holder, Ms. Joyce Leach, is present should the board have any questions of her. But I do not intend on calling her for any specific questions. Thank you.
Mr. Leach, were you working in this restaurant the entire time that Mrs. Leach had it?
Yes.
How many days or hours would you say you put in the restaurant?
Well, I guess it depends. If I'm not up at 5 in the morning shopping, then I get back, then I'm cleaning, then I'm prepping. I stop around 12 or 1, and then I come back down, and I don't normally leave unless I'm going out of town.
Okay, that explains it.
And how
'Cause I
long-
do live there.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
You live upstairs?
Yeah.
And how long has TJ's Corner been in operation?
I want to say January of '08, but even I'm confused.
Okay. So you've been running it since then?
Yeah, since day one.
That's what questions I have.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
No.
If that testimony is closed, if you'd like to make any make any closing remarks, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you. I will be very brief. I believe that you have heard from a very qualified applicant for this transfer request here today. He has an excellent record, and he's been in the industry and operating this establishment for some time. I would say that in many cases, this is a formality that we need to go through in order for this transfer. Like I said, the intent is to continue the same trade name, but we are requesting the transfer to the new LLC, which is TJ's Corner Grill 2 LLC, with Mr. William Leach as the sole owner. So we appreciate your time here today and would respectfully request that you approve the transfer application as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Spectors, do you have any comments?
Every time I've dealt with Tim, he's been very cooperative, and I believe he'd be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license.
Are there any members of the public to make any comment? Hearing none, testimony and evidence as presented is now closed, and we will deliberate the application to change the license. Gentlemen, comments, questions, motions?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with all of council's closing remarks. The character witnesses are very convincing and emphatic to some degree. This applicant has been running this restaurant successfully since 2008. I can say that the restaurant has an excellent reputation in the community that I belong to, and that it is a very worthwhile local amenity down there. I think clearly the applicant is a fit and proper person. The application and processes have been thoroughly submitted by council, and I'm in support of this transfer of ownership.
I would agree with Mr. Barnhart, everything that he said, everything council said. I think Mr. Leach is highly qualified. He lives there. His reputation is, you can see what that is by the witnesses that he has. And I think it's a positive thing for the community. And I think he's very, very fit and proper. So I would make a motion, Chairman. I make a motion to approve an application to change the license from Joyce B. Leach to William T. Leach for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to William T. Leach for the use of TJ Corners Grill 2 LLC, trading as TJ Corners Grill, 3600 Sykesville Road, Westminster, Maryland 21157, and that's in Election District 4.
And I would second that motion. I feel that this is a transfer of license. I think it's been presented that way, and so I second the motion in full.
Motion's been properly made and second that this Board of License Commissioners approve the application to change the license from Joyce B. Leach to William T. Leach for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to William T. Leach for the use of TJ's Corner Grill 2 LLC, trading as TJ's Corner Grill at 3600 Sykesville Road, Westminster, Maryland. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations.
Thank
Best
you.
wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'll get back
Mr.
to
Leach,
work.
do you happen to know the initial date that that restaurant was started by Mrs. Anderson?
By who?
Mrs. Rose Anderson.
I don't even know anybody who wrote it. I've heard stories, I've heard a lot of stories
Probably
about.
before your time.
So what was the original name?
I don't remember.
I heard it was called.
You remember her name.
Well,
heard it
Miss
was called
Anderson,
Flea
Miss
Mill Inn.
Anderson was one of my third or fourth mothers growing up, because she was a
Okay.
neighbor
Gotcha.
lady.
Yeah, so what used to be, according to the stories, Clee Mill Inn,
Lee Mill Inn, yeah, that sounds
then it went
familiar.
to
It's a unique class.
Triple Creek.
It's something that.
Clarence and Ann's.
Yeah, Clarence and Ann's, then Triple Creek.
Liquor store.
I actually operated for a year under Triple Creek so I could straighten it out for them. They owed taxes,
Oh, is that right?
so I couldn't take it over right away. But that was a long time ago. Well, thank you all very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Brewery. And,
Carl,
there's Carl.
This is for Carl.
This is for you, yeah.
For Class B, because they are,
Give that to Carl.
That's the menu for the next one.
we don't have, thank you, yeah.
Yeah, we just went to lunch. Okay, at this time, it is exactly 2:30 by my watch. Mr. Dixon, would you call case 6603, please?
Case 6603, an application to change the license type from Class D to Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Raymond Tignall Jr. and William Devers for the use of Liquidity AW LLC, trading as Liquidity Ale Works, 8 North Main Street, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771 in Election District 13. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. A, February 26, 2026, letter from Bethany Henderson to Raymond Tignall Jr. and William Devers. Notice of public hearing, February 25th, 2026, and March 4th, 2026. And then there is an application, and the application well, there is a response to Bethany Henderson's request to various state and local agencies from John Breeding, Director of Planning and Zoning Administrator. And the box is checked. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. John Breeding. There is a food vendor agreement here dated April 14th, 2025. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We will accept that into evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hand, be sworn in by Ms. Beth.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated. This is an application to change from a Class D to a Class B. Who's going to be the leads person? And before you testify the first time, please state your full name, your address, and spell your last name for the record, please.
I'm William Devers. My last name is spelled D-E-A-V-E-R-S. And I live at 4311 Wendy Court in Monrovia, Maryland. Zip code is 21770.
Tell us what you want to do and why.
Today we are asking you to grant a change in license for us so that we can sell wine and liquor to better serve our customer base. As it is right now, we serve just beer. On the liquidity side, of course, we have food with our partner, Walker's on Main. And the idea is that we are able to serve 100% of the customers that would walk through our door.
So you serve no food now?
Liquidity Aleworks does not, but we have our partner, Walker's on Main, does serve food at our location and is our basically a kitchen.
Explain this partnership to me. You want the liquor license, but you don't serve the food.
That is true. The way this works is they are basically a kitchen and making us like a restaurant. In fact, you order at the table, people bring food to the table. We use QR codes instead of like individual servers. We run the bar kind of like a bar. People come up to the bar and order their drinks there. The idea is that this feels like a restaurant. It does not feel like two separate entities as we're running this business.
So the bar and the kitchen basically is in two separate structures.
Yes, sir.
And how are they connected?
You
have to go outside?
You do have to go outside. It is less than 10 feet from the door.
So if somebody orders and they're at one of your tables inside, the server's got to go outside to place the order and then bring the order back inside.
They do not need to go outside to place the order. Like typically,
Well,
the
assuming
order.
that they don't have to, they probably, today you can do it at the table, but they have to go outside,
They do have to go outside to pick up the
leave the
food and bring it in.
premises, to go to separate premises to pick up the food.
It is on the grounds attached to our patio.
Gentlemen?
Mr. Beavers, you weren't here for the hearing, not the hearing, the presentation that we had in December. I think someone else?
It was me.
It was you? Okay. I've gone back and I've reviewed that presentation. It's on tape, or at least 90% of it. I've also reviewed the file. And there's been some recent additions, I think, since that hearing. You have presented us with a letter from zoning people in Mount Airy. I want to start off by saying that I agree with your application. And there are many reasons why, and here's one of them. At the last last presentation, all of us up here on the Board of Commissioners referred to your food service facility as a food truck. Since then, I have done some research, and I do not feel it is legally a food truck. I know there's a concern among some that granting this application might set precedent in the future for people wanting to be a restaurant to use a food truck in place of what our rules require, which is our Rule 20 requires that a restaurant be an establishment for the accommodation of the public equipped with a dining room and facilities for preparing and serving regular meals. Now, our rule does not say it has to be a kitchen indoors. It doesn't say it doesn't provide any guidance along those lines. So to me, this is a kind of a novel question for us, whether what you've put together satisfies our rule as a facility for preparing and serving regular meals. Also, I looked at state law. I couldn't find any definition of kitchen that would prohibit us considering what you put together to be a facility for preparing and serving regular meals. So I want to go on the record to try to help clear up some of the confusion that we had, all of us. I had it at the presentation that this is a food truck. This is not a food truck, and this is why it's not a food truck. And this is why, if we give you a favorable decision today, I do not believe it would be precedent for another licensee coming in and asking to be a Class B and using a food truck as their facility. I'm going to read into the record from Maryland Code of Regulations, COMAR, Title 10, Subtitle 15, Chapter 10.15.03, which gives us the legal Maryland definition of food truck. Now, in the definitions, it's called a mobile food service facility, a food truck. And the definition is a mobile food service facility means a food service facility that is mechanically, electrically, manually, or otherwise propelled vehicle operating on land or water that moves as part of its routine operation to change location for sales, obtain food supplies, fill potable water, et cetera, And then it goes on to say, mobile food service facility does not include, and this is important for our record, does not include a food service facility that is able to be moved but does not move routinely. And I think that's what we have here. I think state law specifically excludes what you got going from being a food truck. And it's a mistake that I made early on. And again, we have a concern that people might look to this hearing today as some type of precedent for involving food trucks, and that would be wrong if we do grant this application. Now, as I recall from your testimony, there are some outstanding characteristics about this facility that you're using as your kitchen up there at Liquidity Ale Works. And that is, I'll enumerate them because I think that these are important criteria that this board may want to use in the future. If the situation comes up, again, this is a novel situation for us, and perhaps we're still working through it in our heads, but this facility was custom made at a fair expense, over $100,000, I believe you invested in this. It was custom made to be placed at this location, which is Liquidity Ale Works. And it was made to fit, and you had it brought up from out of state and placed there. You had to use a specialized truck, the kind of truck that carries mobile homes and probably big modular units that Carroll County uses for their classrooms, not a pickup truck. So it's not very mobile. It takes a specialized vehicle to get it there. Importantly to me, this outdoor kitchen, or however you want to characterize it, is affixed to your building through utilities, which also kind of takes it out of the food truck realm, but nevertheless, it gets its water, utilities, electricity, et cetera, from the actual Liquidity Ale Works. So it's a fixture of your building. Now, it's placed out on a patio that is part of the premises of your license, as I understand it. And there's seating out there for people to eat out there. I've seen a photograph of this facility in the Sun Papers and the Carroll County Times. I consider the aesthetics to be pleasing. It's a good-looking facility. Looks clean, and it looks like it has some chrome in it. And I know it was a substantial investment for you. The other criteria that I consider is that you started out as a microbrewery. At this moment, going back, now, when you started out, you made a substantial investment in that building, which was empty.
That is true.
And probably some might consider an eyesore until you got a hold of it. And you fixed it up, and now it's a desirable place for people to be. And you made a large investment. Now, when you started out in this business as a microbrewery, microbreweries were pretty popular, and they were popping up. Now it's clear, just from reading the newspaper, that microbreweries are under some real pressure because the industry is changing, people's tastes are changing, et cetera. And you are trying to adapt to the challenges that your business has by upgrading the license to a Class B and utilizing this mobile, it's called a trailer, I guess is what the town calls it, as to satisfy our requirements in our rules of a facility for preparing food. In addition to that, and that is, to me, a compelling reason. Generally, we like our licensees to succeed and our people in our community who invest money to succeed. That's something that we care about. But in addition to that, the town of Mount Airy, my understanding, has given its approval in writing to what you're doing. I did see in the file a letter from the zoning people of Mount Airy to your landlord approving of what you're doing. And I think that they were working on making changes to their code to make it official so that you could get a certificate of compliance from the town. Now, online, I see a lot of comments in favor of Walker on Main and Liquidity Ale Works, what you're doing, so I think that the community feels it's an amenity as well. Now, one last point that I think that what you're trying to do, I think should be put on the record. Going back to the challenges that you're having as a microbrewery, and I've noted some have closed recently in Baltimore, Frederick City, places around, because it is becoming a little more difficult, the landscape. Having this upgrade to a Class B license will enable you to do better business. You'll be able to probably get more people who want to use that building as an event, as a location. I think your presentation in December indicated that you're losing some events because not everybody wants to hold an event where beer is the only available beverage. And I think it's, from what you said the last time, and what we see going on with microbreweries, I think it's clear that this is going to help your business. You have a large investment there. I think it satisfies our rules, what you're doing, this facility. Mount Airy's in favor, and I'm in favor. And it is not a food truck, and that's a mistake that I made. So in the future, if we do grant this, it would not be precedent for food truck use, in my mind.
So I'm glad that Mr. Barnhart put all that on record. I think it helps us in the future. Do you have a picture of the outdoor kitchen by any chance with you?
I'm sure Anthony probably does.
I can pull it up.
Yeah, I did look at that, yes.
I don't think I've had the opportunity to see that
Took a
picture.
of the patio the other day.
Oh, yeah, actually, you can, right, you have the latest one.
The outside of it, that's all you're looking for right now? I don't think we have.
Yeah, I don't need the inside, I just want to aesthetically see what it looks like.
Yeah, I might have a picture. This was in the Sun papers, by the way, and I just did a screenshot. Or,
While they're looking at this, is this application for a BR license or a B license? There's a discrepancy here.
Yes, there is.
that's not the one I saw. That's
The letter in this file asks for BR, 1 meal a day.
Or you want 1 meal a day?
This says for B.
I mean, on the weekends, it's 2 meals for sure.
It'd be 5 days. If we're gonna do 2 meals, it has to be 5 days.
Is it a problem if we go to that in the future? Would that?
So it would be a BR, it's gonna be a BR license.
Well, on the notice of public hearing, it says B. There's a letter attached to this dated February 26, requesting a BR license.
It should be a BR. He's only gonna serve 1 meal a day during the week, and
I mean,
then,
there's a difference, so let's,
I mean,
while you are looking at pictures, let's get it straightened out. What does the application call for?
it's a third of the way down on the page, on the first page.
What, no, I'm looking, right here, it says, change from a Class D beer-only license to a Class BR, beer, wine, and
It
liquor.
is BR, it's
Okay,
BR.
it's a BR.
It's 1 meal a
Be here,
day.
but this
The agenda's wrong.
agenda
Is wrong.
and what was published in the
Well, that
paper,
agenda did not come from him.
Right.
I know that. I'm just asking what the hell the license is. Is it a B or a BR?
So it is a BR,
I thought it was a
BR,
I
yes,
thought it was a BR.
one meal a day
meal
is
a
what
day.
you're gonna serve. Let me ask this question is, I saw your contract with this. Is this an independent contractor that's going to have this outdoor kitchen?
It is Walker's on Main. This is Anthony. He's the owner of that company.
Okay, so is that outdoor kitchen movable?
You could, in theory, move it, but
So let me ask you a question, and I don't want to get the wrong idea, but I mean, I do like the idea, what you're doing, and I think it's important to upgrade your business. Let's say that the vendor decides he's had enough, he's not going to do it anymore, so you have a B license but no kitchen. So what do you do then?
well, I mean, we would immediately be looking for a new kitchen. That is not something we want to go without ever in the future. And we would certainly notify you all and do whatever we needed to do, make sure we are right on compliance side. But if I remember correctly, in the contract, it has, like, he wouldn't just leave one day. We would have time to settle a new kitchen.
So
before
he
left.
couldn't leave until you find another kitchen?
I don't know if
There was a grace
the
period, I believe.
language is
Grace
exactly-
period in
It
there?
was 30 or 60 days. and-
Okay.
And along those lines of, if you lose the kitchen, then you're technically in violation of the license that you're issued, and we'd issue you a violation.
And we
And
would
until
work
you,
with it
until
to
you
make-
cured it, I guess.
Make it good.
Now, there was a request for, if I remember right, you may have covered it, from a letter from Mount Airy, which we have received, right?
Yeah, this letter from Mount Airy was May of 2025, which indicated, it was a letter from Mount Airy to the landlord saying, this mobile trailer that you have on your property is okay as far as we are concerned. We're not going to violate it because we're putting together a code that will cover that. And then when we get the code together, we will give you a certificate of compliance for that outdoor kitchen. That's what the letter says, and apparently there's been some progress on that since the letter was issued last year. But it went to the landlord, because it was his property.
And there's also a comment member saying that Mount Airy signed off, said they approved this license.
Yeah, yeah. So one other point I wanted to make, and this has been kind of alluded to, because this is a unique situation, first impression, I guess, for us, is that you do have an obligation, if we upgrade your license, to providing reports on the ratio of food sales to alcohol sales. So there have to be absolute coordination, if we approve, between Walker and Liquidity.
Sure.
And that information would have to be provided to this board.
That is not a problem.
I didn't think it would be, but I'm just, that's, one concern I have is, it's been raised because you're theoretically kind of, there's a separation of some sorts between food service and.
Certainly understand that concern.
Yeah.
The concern would be the
That we are-
hours, the hours of operation.
That was not the concern I was alluding to. I meant the reporting portion, but.
That's
What-
necessary, but will the food be open possibly when the distillery is closed?
That is a possibility, yes.
How do you intend to separate those hours?
It would be fine. We would allow them to be inside the building, even though the bar itself was closed. They can still serve non-alcoholic drinks if we're not there.
Well, and I think generally, if the kitchen is open, it would be open for to-go orders only. When they're open, we're open, and vice versa. If there was a scenario where we weren't open, we wouldn't open really the tap room probably. It would be for DoorDash, which they do, and things like that, so people could still come to the trailer, or, sorry, not trailer, still come to the mobile kitchen and order and get their to-go orders, but there wouldn't be anyone coming into the tap room.
I think the chairman is pointing out a good point, that we require food and alcohol sales to be prorated.
Yep.
But what happens when the alcohol sales stop and you're selling food when Liquidity is not open? How are you going to carve that out of that ratio that we require? You probably should.
Our system shows taproom sales, takeout, DoorDash, so we're able to provide the detail if needed.
Okay, yeah.
And we use the same POS, same company, different instances of a point of sale, but we can,
And you have it by time.
and
too.
yes, and
so
by
do
time,
we.
yeah.
So we can break it down so you can
Okay.
see, in about a year of operation, we haven't run into that scenario yet, but I do see how it is a possibility.
Well, and you also have not had to account for sales versus alcohol until, if you get this license, then you will have to account for it. And that's a concern that I have, and maybe others do too, getting the accounting
Yep.
all lined up.
Yeah, and as part of this effort to change our license, we've been tracking things to make sure that once we do have that license, we're already in compliance.
Yeah, and I think at the last presentation, you gave a good estimate of the ratio.
Yeah, it's nearly 50-50.
Yeah.
And that can't be.
It can't be 50% food and 50% alcohol?
It's to be 41, just
No,
41.
no, they're talking, in reality, they have a 50/50.
That's not me questioning it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we sell more than 41% food currently.
You do currently?
Yes.
You don't sell food currently.
The food trailer sells more than 41% of what we sell in alcohol currently.
Right, our Rule 20 says that the sale of food constitutes at least 41%, and you're telling us that your sale of food compared to Liquidity is 50%.
Right.
Is that right?
Much closer to that.
That qualifies.
Okay.
What do you anticipate? You've only got beer license. What percentage do you anticipate if you are able to sell other alcoholic beverages? That's gonna increase.
Percentage of sales total or percentage of our ratio?
No, let's say you sell $100,000 worth of beer now. you're gonna be able to sell alcohol, mixed drinks and so on and so forth. What do you think at 100,000 is gonna become?
We are hoping for a 10% increase.
So you only expect these other alcohol products to increase your alcohol revenue by 10%?
That's our conservative estimate is 10%.
How much do you think the food's gonna increase?
I imagine it's probably going to be more than that.
For events, you have private events which you can
Well,
cater.
private
right?
events, we'll have folks who don't come because we serve beer now, will come for wine and food, and their price points are actually higher than ours, so.
How long have you had the distillery?
Say it one more time.
How long have you had the distillery?
We opened in November of 2022.
And I'm sure you had a business plan when you opened.
Yes.
How far along are you? You on track, above, under, what?
We are under, sir.
You're under your projections.
Yes.
By what percentage?
I'd say about 50.
The landscape has changed for microbreweries.
It is
Significantly so.
from no real rebound after COVID. You know, we opened right after COVID restrictions eased, and we were hoping that things would bounce back to pre-COVID people going out, spending money, and unfortunately, it kind of changed the culture enough that that never really happened. You know, people got used to staying inside. Nobody goes to happy hours anymore because nobody goes to work anymore because everybody works from home. So it really affected things from a cultural standpoint to a way that affected not just us, but almost every restaurant and business. So that really hurt a lot. I can tell you our construction costs, because we built at a really bad time, so they were about 4 times what we planned on. So that really put us in a hole to start, and then to not have the revenue to back that up, to then, you know, pay for that moving forward was really difficult. I think we've done everything we can do to try to be, you know, not only just a spot for people to come and have a beer, but also a place for the community to come. We do a lot of community events. We support the community as much as we can. We're kind of a gathering place. And, you know, we've done that for our own business as part of adapting our business model, but also to be a good part of, you know, the town of Mount Airy and the greater Carroll County and really 4-county community right there. But yeah, it's the economics of things have been extremely difficult. Every time we feel like we're starting to make headway, I'll be honest, something else happens.
Sounds like you're a farmer.
I feel the farmer's pain. I mean, not to their level, being a farmer right now, just because I read a lot of economic stuff, and that I can't imagine what they're going through between all the consolidation of seed, and I'm not going to get into the farming stuff, but you know, I live in kind of a farming area, so I'm very attuned to that group of people, and I feel their pain. But yeah, it's difficult for a lot of different folks right now.
So have you turned down events because you're just a brewery?
We didn't turn them down. I offered them contracts, but they turned us down.
No, I'm sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, people have declined to come to our establishment because we don't have these offerings for people.
So if you had these offerings, you would start to look at including into your plans, into your models and things like that, and which would include Walker providing catering.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And by the way, in my online searching, Walker as a food service and a restaurant and as a food group, very highly thought of out there in that area.
Yeah, they've been a great partner. I mean, it's a win-win for everybody. We really wanted to do more event-type things. We have a really nice space for it upstairs in the tap room, and you know, we couldn't. We've gotten some here and there, but overall, we haven't been able to attract the volume of large groups that we were hoping for.
And we get a lot of requests for events at our main restaurant. We just don't have an event space. So what I do is I offer liquidity, but once they find out there isn't any wine or alcohol, they're like, oh, we're going to look elsewhere. So they don't even see half of the ones that I get because I don't want to kind of beat them down saying, oh, we lost another one, but we get a lot of event requests at Walker's in Glenwood, in Howard County. And of course I want to keep the business, right? And, bring it over to liquidity. And unfortunately, a lot of people turn us away. And we had one event actually set up that canceled because last minute they were like, we really, really wanted to have margaritas as a signature drink. And we said, we can't do it.
Yeah.
So.
What's the capacity you can handle?
We have 154 per the fire code on the main level. 30 more on the mezzanine.
And is the mezzanine the patio?
No.
In the patio, and then you have the outside.
We do have the patio on the outside.
Yeah, there's two outdoor seating areas,
Right,
two indoor
right.
seating areas.
But you got 100 and some you could handle inside.
Yes.
Yeah, roughly 185 maybe.
And I've heard, I haven't been there, I've heard it's an attractive facility.
We try very hard to make it that way.
You got parking for that?
We do have quite a bit of parking, the most in downtown.
I guess we need to make a road trip.
Please.
Need to make a what?
Road trip.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
No.
No other questions? You want to make any final statements as your testimony is concluded?
Anything, gentlemen?
I'm going to separate myself as a business owner and just say as a resident of Main Street. I moved to Mount Airy in 2023, which was way before our relationship. And what they've done to that building that was empty for years has been amazing. And I would go down there with my dog or, just kind of hang out, have a beer, and it's an attractive place and the community loves it. They give back. And that's why I wanted to have them as partners. So.
Either you two, any final comments?
I'm good.
I'd just like to thank you for your consideration.
With that, testimony and evidence is presented, is now closed, gentlemen.
Well, I think,
Comments, questions, motions?
I think the two important things here is, one, is that your business is successful. The microbreweries are it's very difficult right now for them. There are microbreweries going out of business. So I'm glad to see that you're looking at other ways to support your business. And the other important thing is, I think it's always important to, for the community. If the community is for something and it's a positive thing for the community, I think it's important that we try to help them out as well. I think I would be in favor of it. The one thing I was worried about, and hopefully it would not happen, is that your independent contractor, it would expire and he would not want to continue, and then you'd have a B without a kitchen or any way to supply food. So hopefully that will never happen, but I would be very positive for it.
Of course, I agree with everything that Commissioner Harmening said. And rather than reiterate the reasons I gave earlier, I will say that you're adapting, your business is adapting, your business model is adapting, it's tough. Again, so you took a little novel approach here, something we haven't seen, and I think it's going to work for you just fine. And I don't think that it will present any problems to this board in the future by you doing it that way. And I think the reason for that is, I think in the future, if we are presented with a similar situation, we will look to this hearing, probably in our minutes, probably in our decision, and see that there were a number of criteria that we found favorable for you to go forward. The obvious ones are that this is a fixture to the building. It's hooked up, it shares utilities. There's clearly the local governing boards involved with zoning and the town are in favor. And I think there's a clear public endorsement of what you're doing. Also, the quality of what you're doing. This is, someone might present something that doesn't have the quality that you're presenting. So I think that should be clear to anybody in the future, that you are a quality enterprise all the way around, and that you've come before us with a facility that is going to do well and be good for the public. My comments have been made, but I'll be prepared to make a motion after the chairman has, if he has any further comments to make of his own.
Before you make the motion, who comes up with these names?
It is a team effort.
The beer names?
The beer name.
It's mostly me.
Good Lord. Bent River Sunset with Monocacy. What do you get, water out of the Monocacy and put in it?
It's Monocacy is a hop. It is the only one that is proprietary to Maryland.
It's Maryland's unique hop. So I grow it at my house, and we used it in that beer. The Bent River Sunset is originally Monocacy, in the Indian language means Bent River, and then Sunset, because it's kind of an east versus west coast IPA.
I like your explanation.
3 minutes later, does that mean you're out in 3 minutes?
No, that was an inside joke.
No bull, low life, good Lord.
We try to be financially themed a lot since we're a bank. It doesn't always work out, but that's our general rule.
Mr. Walker, do you have anybody comes into your restaurant and orders a cheeseburger with no cheese and no bun?
We do.
You do? The name must be Barnhart. Anyway, gentlemen, I appreciate Commissioner Barnhart elaborating earlier on the comments that he made in regards to the stationary thing and so on and so forth. It looks to me like many businesses today, and particularly fairly new businesses and so on and so forth, have been hit by the economy and so on and so forth. And with all the support that I assume and understand that you have with the town fathers as well as the residents and so on and so forth, I wish you the best. With that, Mr. Barnhart, I would entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In case 6603, I move that this board approves the application to change the license type from a Class D to a Class B2?
BR.
I'm sorry. BR, beer, wine, and liquor license, for the use of Liquidity Ale Works. And additionally, I move that this board recognize that the food service in this case is characterized by the town of Mountain Area as a semi-permanent food service operation. And as long as it remains semi-permanent and doesn't change locations, then I think it's in conformity with our understanding of the law. So I move that the application be agreed to based on those understandings.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
A motion's been properly made and seconded, and Ms. Beth, I'm gonna let it up to you to get the wording that he just mentioned. To approve an application to change the license type from Class D to Class BR beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Raymond Tignall Jr. and William Devers for the use of Liquidity AW LLC, trading as Liquidity Ale Works at 8 North Main Street, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. So ordered. Gentlemen, congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
You do
gentlemen.
well.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
With that, is there any other information to come before this board? If not,
We meet again?
we meet on April the 8th in this room at 10 o'clock. There's nothing else to come before the board. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, ladies and